Tonight, we're going to the cozy little village of Stormford and into the Hungry Friar Bakery. The arrival of a mysterious new stranger causes some talk and scandal about the town, more than usual, that is. Calderhound and his equally impressive dog, Primo, are newcomers who aren't eager to give up their secrets. And Eleanor Flint is a sharp-witted, curious woman who writes the weekly village pamphlet and gossip column. So it's safe to say they go together like cookies and milk. Get ready to meet plenty of new characters, take a peek into their busy and colourful lives, and discover the fate of the bakery as the story unfolds. And if you like what I do here and want a way to support the channel, then consider checking out my Patreon, linked down below. But for now, grab a sweet bun and some warm milk, get cozy, and let's begin. The village of Stormford had earned its name honestly, though the locals might tell you it was more curse than blessing. Rain fell here with the persistence of an old priest's sermon. It was steady, predictable, and seemingly without end. The stone roads underfoot had a permanent sheen of moisture, and the straw roofs dripped continuously into wooden gutters that sang their quiet percussion from dawn until dusk. Green fingers of moss crept up the sides of half-timbered houses, and fine mist held strong to woolen cloaks and settled in the creases of weathered faces. But there was something undeniably charming about this constant dampness. The village nestled in a valley where 3 streams converged, with their waters eventually finding the great river that carried trade boats to distant markets. Stormford's position had made it prosperous in its modest way. Prosperous enough to support a blacksmith, 2 alehouses, a small temple dedicated to God, and most importantly, the Hungry Friar Bakery that sat at the heart of the market square, like a warm stone in cupped palms. The village counted almost 300 souls among its residents, most of whom had been born within its borders and expected to die there as well. There were the expected sorts. Master Willem, the blacksmith, who began his work before dawn each morning. Sister Meredith, who was very devout, except on the days she didn't feel like it. Old Henrik, the cooper, whose barrels were sought after by merchants from 3 counties over. The miller, Garrett Ashford, lived just outside the village proper, where the streams provided power for his wheel, and his flour was ground so fine that even the Lord's baker in the great castle 2 days' ride south would sometimes send for it. But it was the smaller folk who gave Stormford its character. There was young Thomas, barely 16, who helped his father, the chandler, and had eyes only for Sarah, the tanner's daughter. There was goodwife Martha, who kept the best vegetable garden in the valley, and was known to slip extra turnips to families struggling through the winter months. The village idiot, Ofric they called him, though his true name was Walder, who was simple but gentle, and had a way with horses that really was quite magical. These people knew each other's business with the intimacy that comes from living cheek by jowl through countless seasons. They knew that Master Willem drank too much ale on festival days and sang bawdy songs until his wife dragged him home. They knew that Sister Meredith had once been sweet on a travelling merchant who'd promised to return for her and never did. They knew which families were struggling, which marriages were happy, and which young people were likely to cause trouble. And on this particular morning, as the autumn mist wound through the narrow streets, 3 women pushed through the heavy oak door of the Hungry Friar, with the easy familiarity of long habit. The bakery was everything a proper bakery should be. It had low-beamed ceilings, blackened with decades of smoke from the great ovens, and walls lined with shelves holding loaves wrapped in clean linen, and of course the timeless smell of yeast and butter and good, honest work. Flour dust moted through the shafts of morning light that slanted through diamond-paned windows. Master Hobart Crustwell stood behind his counter, a man of perhaps 60 years, the majority of which were spent kneading dough and hefting sacks of grain. His face was creased with laugh lines. His beard was dusted white with flour and age, and his eyes were wise and kind. He looked up as the 3 women entered, and his weathered face split into a smile. "Good morrow, ladies," he called, then reached for the clay jug that held what the village had taken to calling morning brew, a warm mixture of milk, honey, and spices that had become something of a local delicacy. "Your usual table's ready, and I've got fresh poppy seed rolls just out of the oven." The 3 women made their way to a small round table near the window, shedding their damp cloaks and settling themselves comfortably and quickly. They had performed this ritual countless times before. They were as different from one another as 3 women could be, but they fit together like pieces of a puzzle, each one complementing the others in ways that made their friendship extraordinary. Eleanor Flint took the chair facing the door. She always did, claiming it helped her observe the comings and goings that would find their way into her weekly pamphlet. She was a woman of 30 years, with sharp, intelligent eyes the color of winter sky, and auburn hair that never stayed properly pinned under her simple linen coif. There was something almost restless about her, as if she were always listening for the next story, the next piece of news that might prove interesting enough to share with the village. Her clothes were practical. She wore a woolen dress in deep blue, well made, but not ostentatious, with ink stains on her fingers that gave away long hours spent hunched over parchment by candlelight. Penelope Fairbairn arranged herself with the careful movements of a woman who believed that proper posture could solve most of life's problems. Her blonde hair was perfectly styled beneath a silk hood that had cost more than most villagers earned in a month, and her gown was cut in the latest fashion from the capital, though adapted, of course, for provincial life. She was 28, with the kind of delicate features that suggested good breeding, and the sort of careful education that included instruction in languages, music, and the subtle art of managing a household. Her father had been a minor lord's younger brother, which gave her enough status to feel superior to most of the village, while not quite enough to escape to court permanently. And then there was Sabina Redwine, who had claimed the chair with her back to the wall. She preferred to see trouble coming rather than be surprised by it. Where Penelope was all careful propriety and Eleanor was focused intensity, Sabina was pure sensuality wrapped in the guise of respectability. Her dark hair escaped its braids in tendrils that framed a face blessed with full lips, knowing dark eyes, and a smile that could make a married man forget his vows and remember them with regret. Her dress was perfectly respectable, forest green wool with modest neckline and proper sleeves. But something in the way she wore it made it seem almost scandalous. Master Hobart approached their table with 3 steaming clay cups and a wooden platter loaded with pastries. "There we are," he said. setting everything down with care. He was a man who took pride in hospitality. Oh, and save some room, eh? I've got some of those spiced apple tarts you ladies are so fond of. Bless you, Master Hobart, Eleanor said, wrapping her fingers around her cup and breathing in the sweet steam. I swear your morning brew could raise the dead on a day like this. Sabina picked up one of the poppy seed rolls and bit into it with obvious pleasure, closing her eyes as she chewed. Still warm from the oven. Tell me, Master Hobart, do you put something special in these? They taste almost wicked. The old baker chuckled, used to her ways. Now, Mistress Sabina, a man's got to keep some secrets. Though I will say that a pinch of cinnamon from the Jade Sea doesn't hurt. Penelope delicately dabbed at her lips with a linen napkin before speaking. Master Hobart, surely you jest. Spices from the Jade Sea, in our little Stormford. The expense alone. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, my lady, Hobart replied. Young Master Thomas's cousin works the trade boats, and he brings me back little packets now and then. Says a baker's got to have his tools of the trade, and some of those tools come from faraway places. Eleanor leaned forward, her reporter's instincts clearly prickling. Is that why Lord Ashford's cook was here yesterday? I saw her leaving with quite a large basket. Could be, Hobart said with studied neutrality. A man sells his bread where he can, and coin spends the same, whether it comes from a lord's purse or a cobbler's. The three women exchanged looks as the baker moved away to tend to his ovens. There was a moment of companionable silence as they sipped their warm drinks and enjoyed their pastries, watching through the diamond-paned windows as the village began to stir to life. A cart rumbled past, splashing puddles with its wheels. They could hear someone's cracked and youthful voice calling out prices for fresh fish. Probably young Marcus from the next village over, who made the journey twice a week with his donkey cart. So, Sabina said finally, with that particular tone that meant interesting gossip was about to be shared. Has anyone else noticed that Goodwife Martha has been visiting the temple rather more frequently than usual? Penelope set down her cup with a small clink. Sabina, really? A woman's devotions are her own affair. Oh, certainly, Sabina replied, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. Though I do wonder if her sudden religious fervor has anything to do with the fact that the new lay brother is rather, well, let's say the Lord blessed him generously in the matter of appearance. Eleanor nearly choked on her morning brew. Sabina, Brother Francis is a holy man. Undoubtedly, Sabina agreed solemnly. And I'm sure Martha is praying very earnestly for spiritual guidance. Even Penelope couldn't suppress a smile at this. You're incorrigible. Though I must admit, I did see her walking past the temple 3 times yesterday, and she only stopped to actually go inside on the 3rd pass. Perhaps she was working up the courage to confess her impure thoughts, Eleanor suggested with barely contained laughter. Or maybe, Sabina said, taking another roll from the plate, she was timing her visit to coincide with Brother Francis tending the garden. Amazing how spiritual contemplation seems to require such a clear view of a man's shoulders when he's digging. The 3 women dissolved into giggles that they tried unsuccessfully to muffle behind their hands. Their laughter was the comfortable sort that comes from years of friendship, the kind where each woman knew exactly how far she could push the others before crossing into genuine scandal. "Speaking of scandals," Eleanor said, lowering her voice and leaning across the small table. "Did you hear about the incident at the fuller's shop?" "Oh, do tell," Sabina purred, clearly delighted at the prospect of fresh gossip. "Master Aldrich's apprentice, you know, the tall one with the unfortunate complexion, apparently was caught helping himself to more than just the soap," Eleanor continued, ignoring Penelope's protests. "Seems he'd been skimming coins from the till for months." "The pimply one?" Sabina asked. "What's his name? Kenneth?" "Gareth," Eleanor corrected. "And yes, that's the one. Though I hear his complexion troubles are the least of his worries now. Master Aldrich was so furious he threatened to have the boy's hand branded." Penelope gasped, pressing her hand to her chest. "Branded? Surely that's too harsh for a few missing coins." "A few coins?" Eleanor raised her eyebrows meaningfully. "Try again." "Word is, it was nearly 2 silver stags worth over the course of 6 months." "What was he spending it on?" Penelope asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Sabina rolled her eyes. "Oh, my sweet Penelope. What do you think an 18-year-old boy with stolen silver and no supervision might spend his coin on?" The implication hung in the air, and even proper Penelope seemed to understand, her cheeks colouring prettily. "The alehouses," she ventured weakly. "Among other establishments," Eleanor said diplomatically. "Though I'm told Madame Lysara's boarding house was his preferred destination." "Madame Lysara's," Penelope began, then stopped as understanding dawned. "Oh." Sabina laughed outright at Penelope's expression. "Darling, surely you knew what sort of boarding house Lysara runs. Those girls aren't exactly taking in travelling merchants for the conversation." "I thought," Penelope stammered, clearly flustered. "That is, Father always said it was simply a place for women of reduced circumstances." "Well, their circumstances are certainly reduced," Sabina agreed solemnly. "Reduced to charging by the hour." This sent Eleanor into fresh peals of laughter, which she tried to stifle in her sleeve. "Sabina, you're dreadful." "I'm practical," Sabina corrected. "Unlike our dear Penelope, who apparently believes that a house full of young women with rouge on their cheeks and necklines cut to their navels is simply providing charitable lodging." The conversation was interrupted by the approach of heavy footsteps. Master Hobart was making his way back toward their table, carrying the clay jug of morning brew and wearing an expression of fond exasperation. "I can hear you 3 cackling like hens from clear across the room," he said, but his tone held more affection than reproach. "What's got you in such spirits this early in the morning?" "Oh, you know, just village news," Eleanor said innocently, holding out her cup for a refill. "You know how it is, people talk and we listen." "I'm sure," Hobart replied, clearly unconvinced as he poured the steaming brew. "Well, just remember that walls have ears, and some gossip has a way of finding its way back to the people you're discussing." "Wise words," Penelope agreed quickly, shooting meaningful looks at her companions. Hobart finished refilling their cups and was about to turn away when Sabina caught his sleeve. "Master Hobart, wait a moment. Sit with us, won't you? The morning rush hasn't started yet, and we so rarely get a chance to talk properly." The old baker glanced around his shop, noting that they were indeed the only customers at this early hour. The village wouldn't truly wake for another hour at least. "Well, I suppose I could spare a moment," he said, settling his considerable bulk onto the fourth chair at their small table. "Though I warn you, if you're looking for gossip from me, you'll be disappointed. A baker learns to keep his mouth shut about what he hears." "Oh, we don't want gossip from you," Eleanor assured him warmly. "We just enjoy your company. Besides, we'll miss having you to talk to when—" She trailed off, suddenly looking uncomfortable, and the mood at the table shifted perceptibly. Hobart's weathered face grew gentle, understanding immediately what Eleanor couldn't quite bring herself to say. "Ah, you're talking about my retirement," he said quietly. For months now, it had been common knowledge throughout Stormford that Master Hobart was planning to step down from his position at the Hungry Friar. He was getting on in years. His joints ached more with each passing winter. The bakery would close when he retired, and with it would go one of the village's most cherished gathering places. "We don't want to think about it," Sabina said finally, her usual playful demeanor replaced by soft vulnerability. "This village, it won't be the same without you." Now, Hobart said, reaching across the table to pat her hand with his flour-dusted fingers. "Don't you go getting all weepy on me. I'm not dead yet, just tired. These old bones aren't meant for hauling flour sacks and working 14-hour days anymore." "But what will we do?" Penelope asked, and there was genuine distress in her voice. "Where will we meet for our morning talks? The alehouses are no place for ladies, and the temple is far too serious." Hobart chuckled. "I'm sure you three will figure something out. You're resourceful women, after all. Though I will miss our morning chats, I'll admit." "When do you plan to leave?" Sabina asked bluntly. "At the end of the month, I reckon," Hobart replied. "After the harvest festival. Seems fitting, somehow. End with celebration rather than sorrow." The three women sat in stunned silence, despite having known this day was coming. Somehow, hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a way that all their speculation and worry had not. The baker cleared his throat roughly. "Well now," he said, pushing himself to his feet with a grunt. "Save any tears for the ceremony. I've got bread to bake and customers to feed. And if I sit here much longer listening to you three, I'll be blubbering like a newborn calf." He moved away from their table with more haste than dignity, busying himself unnecessarily with rearranging loaves that were already perfectly arranged. The three women watched him go, each lost in their own thoughts about what his departure would mean for their small community. "You know," Sabina said finally, breaking the contemplative silence, "we're going to need something to take our minds off all this melancholy." "I suppose," Penelope agreed hesitantly. "Speaking of which," Sabina continued, and there was something in her tone that made both her companions look up sharply. "Have either of you noticed the new man who's been staying at the Prancing Pony?" Eleanor's quill-sharp instincts immediately perked up. New man. I hadn't heard of any travelers passing through. He's not just passing through, Sabina said. He's been there for nearly a fortnight now. Tall fellow, broad shoulders, with scars across his hands and a face that's seen some weather. Goes by the name of Calderhound. Calderhound, Penelope repeated, wrinkling her nose delicately. What sort of name is that? The interesting sort, Sabina replied with a meaningful smile. And he's got this enormous dog with him, black as night, bigger than a pony, and answers to Primo. Most intimidating creature you've ever seen. Eleanor was reaching for the small leather satchel she always carried, pulling out a piece of parchment and her writing supplies. A newcomer staying for 2 weeks without stating his business. That's definitely worth investigating for the weekly pamphlet. People have a right to know who's living among them, even temporarily. Oh, Eleanor, no, Penelope said quickly, her voice taking on the tone she used when she felt propriety was being threatened. You can't just go interrogating strange men. What would people say about a respectable unmarried woman approaching some vagrant with questionable intentions? Sabina laughed richly, turning heads from the other side of the bakery. Vagrant? My dear Penelope, this man is no vagrant. His clothes are well made, not fancy, mind you, but quality. Good boots, proper cloak, and he pays his bills at the Pony without complaint. Whatever he is, he's not penniless. That makes it worse, Penelope insisted. If he has means, why is he here? What could possibly bring a man of substance to Stormford for such an extended stay? It's suspicious. Sabina gave them a playful look. Well, I can tell you one thing. He's fairly easy on the eyes. I sure wouldn't mind flashing him an ankle, or even 2 if he asked me ever so kindly. Sabina, Penelope gasped, though her cheeks had gone pink in a way that suggested she wasn't entirely immune to such thoughts. Saints preserve us. If the sister wives of the temple heard you, they'd have you kneeling in the square with a mouthful of mud before the bells were rung. Sabina scoffed, waving a hand. Oh Lord, those sister wives. They couldn't get damp if you tipped the mill pond over their heads. Eleanor looked up from her notes. Have you spoken with him? Briefly, Sabina admitted. Yesterday morning, when I was coming back from the market. He was outside the Pony, and Primo had gotten interested in my basket. He could smell the meat pies, no doubt. The dog's friendly enough, but when something that size comes nosing around your food, it's a bit alarming. What did he do? Penelope asked, despite herself clearly caught up in the story. He whistled, Sabina said simply. One low whistle, and that enormous dog immediately backed away and sat at his feet like a perfectly trained hunting hound. Then he apologized, politely, mind you, and offered to pay for any damage, though there was none. Did he say anything else? Eleanor pressed, her quill poised over her parchment. Not much. He asked if I was hurt. The dog had bumped against me a bit. And when I said I was fine, he just nodded and went on his way. And you found this attractive? Penelope asked with the air of someone trying to understand a completely foreign concept. Sabina grinned. My dear innocent Penelope. Sometimes the strong, silent type can be far more appealing than all the peacocks who strut around spouting poetry and compliments. There's something to be said for a man who doesn't need to fill every silence with his own voice. But what does he do all day? Eleanor wanted to know. A man doesn't stay in one place for 2 weeks without purpose. That's the curious thing, Sabina said between bites of bread. He rises before dawn. Innkeeper Heddle mentioned it when I was there last week. Takes that dog of his and disappears for hours at a time. Sometimes he comes back with cuts and scratches, sometimes with dirt under his nails like he's been digging. Cuts and scratches. Penelope's voice had gone higher with alarm. What sort of business requires a man to come back injured? Oh, this sounds perfectly dreadful. He's probably a brigand or a poacher or worse. The 3 women sat in silence for a moment, each lost in their own speculations about the mysterious Calderhound and his equally mysterious activities. Well, Eleanor said finally, tucking her notes back into her satchel, there's only one way to get to the bottom of this. I'll have to interview him properly. I'll be careful, Eleanor assured them both as her friends began to protest. But the people of Stormford have a right to know who's living among them. If this Calderhound is hiding something, they should be warned. If he's harmless, then there's no harm in saying so. As if summoned by their conversation, the door to the bakery opened with its familiar creak, and a gust of cool, rain-scented air swept through the warm interior. All 3 women turned to look, and Sabina's sharp intake of breath told them immediately who had just entered. The man who stepped through the doorway was indeed tall. Taller than anyone else in the village, with a frame of a soldier. His hair was dark, and the scars Sabina had mentioned were visible on his hands and forearms. Pale lines against sun-darkened skin. Old injuries mixed with fresher ones. Behind him padded the largest dog any of them had ever seen. Black as midnight, with brown eyes. The animal stayed close to its master's heel, without any visible command. He approached Master Hobard's counter with measured steps, the great dog keeping perfect pace beside him. When he spoke, his voice was indeed deep and rough, as Sabina had described. But there was courtesy in his tone. "Good morning, Master Baker. Might I have a word?" Hobard glanced toward the 3 women, then back at the newcomer. There was something in the baker's expression. "Aye, you can. Step around here, would you?" Calderhound nodded and moved behind the counter, Primo following obediently. The 2 men stepped toward the back of the shop, near the great ovens where the heat would muffle their conversation from curious ears. They spoke in low voices, and their words were lost beneath the crackle of burning wood and the general sounds of the bakery. From their corner table, the 3 women strained to hear what was being discussed, but could only catch fragments. Something about supplies and ready soon, and what might have been uncle, though none of them could be certain. The conversation between the 2 men grew more animated, though still quiet. Master Hobard seemed to be giving instructions of some sort, gesturing toward different parts of the bakery, while Calderhound listened intently. At one point, the baker clapped the younger man on the shoulder in what appeared to be an encouraging gesture. "Well, this changes things," Eleanor said thoughtfully, watching the interaction with sharp eyes. After several more minutes of quiet discussion, Calderhound moved back around the counter. He approached their table with that same measured gait, and all three women tried to look as though they hadn't been watching his every move. "Fair blessings to you," he said, with a slight nod of acknowledgement. His voice was gravelly but polite. "I hope you're enjoying your morning meal." "Oh, yes," Penelope managed, her voice slightly higher than usual. "Master Hobard's baking is always excellent." Calderhound's eyes lingered on her for a moment, then moved to Sabina and finally to Eleanor. "And you, my lady, are you not the one who sets down the village news?" he asked Eleanor directly. Eleanor straightened, surprised to be recognized. "I am. Eleanor Flint. I compile the weekly pamphlet for Stormford." "Yes, I thought so," he replied. "I saw you taking notes earlier. I've read a few of the pamphlets. The innkeeper Heddle keeps a stack in every room." There was something almost amused in his tone, but his expression remained neutral. "It's my job to keep the village informed," Eleanor explained carefully. "Tidings, trade, newcomers, that sort of thing." She said the newcomers bit with emphasis. Calderhound inclined his head. "A worthy task. Yet at times, mistress, patience proves the better friend than curiosity." The words were not unkind, but they made the three women draw back in unison. Then, with a brief touch of his fingers to his brow, Calderhound turned toward the door, Primo padding silently at his side. "God give you good day, ladies, Master Hobard." "Patience proves the better friend than curiosity," Eleanor repeated slowly. "What do you suppose he meant by that?" "That he doesn't want you poking around in his business," Penelope said firmly, "which only makes me more convinced that there's something unsavory about him." From behind his counter, Master Hobard watched the three women with an expression of fond exasperation. He'd known them long enough to recognize the signs. They were well and truly intrigued now, which meant they wouldn't let the matter rest until they had answers. He sighed quietly and returned to his kneading, wondering how much longer he could keep his nephew's plans secret, and whether it wouldn't be kinder to everyone involved to simply let the truth come out sooner rather than later. By midday, the story of Calderhound's mysterious conversation with Master Hobard had spread through Stormford, like honey through warm bread. Each telling added new details, and by the time the tale reached the far end of the village, it bore little resemblance to what had actually occurred. At the blacksmith's forge, Master Willem paused in his hammering to share his theory with young Thomas, who had come to collect some horseshoe nails for his father. "Mark my words, lad," Willem said, wiping sweat from his brow with a leather apron. "That fellow's no ordinary traveller. You don't get scars like those from honest work. I'd wager he's running from something, or someone." "What sort of someone?" Thomas asked, wide-eyed. At 16, he was old enough to crave excitement, but young enough to believe that danger was inherently thrilling. "Might be the Reeves sniffing after him," Willem grumbled. "Or worse, he's angered a lord by bedding his wife and seeks to keep his head till the trouble cools. Men of that sort don't linger long unless they must." Meanwhile, at the temple, Sister Meredith was having a very different conversation with Goodwife Martha, who had indeed come to pray, but seemed more interested in gossip than devotion. What sort of work requires a man to disappear before dawn? "It sounds like mercenary business to me," Martha whispered quietly. like the carved temple faces might be listening. Dear heavens, a mercenary. Sister Meredith's eyes widened. Surely not. Not in our peaceful little village. Think about it, Martha continued, warming to her theory. Who else has the silver to bide at the pony for se'nights together, yet speaks not of his trade? He's probably waiting on word from some lord about a hire, or mayhap he's already done the deed and lingers for his payment. The speculation grew even wilder at Madame Lizara's establishment, where the girls had their own theories about mysterious, scarred men with dangerous reputations. I heard from one of the pony's serving girls that he writes in a little book every evening, said Mira, a blonde with knowing eyes and a talent for embellishment. What man keeps such detailed records of his daily activities? A spy, declared Rosalie, a redhead who read too many romantic tales. He's definitely a spy, probably working for the crown, keeping watch on the border villages for signs of trouble from the free cities. Or he's in the Thieves' Guild, suggested another girl. Casing the village, learning everyone's routines before he strikes. That would explain why he's so interested in who comes and goes from the bakery. It's right in the center of everything. The most creative theory came from old Henrik the Cooper, who shared his thoughts with anyone who would listen while he worked on a new barrel. I've seen men like that before, he declared, his gnarled hands never pausing in their work, during the border wars 20 years back. He's the look of one who's done his share of killing and found no savor in it. Likely a deserter, fled the fight and dares not return to his own home. But why here? Asked his customer, a merchant from 2 villages over. What would bring a deserter to Stormford? Same thing that brings any broken man to a quiet place, Henrik replied sagely. He's looking for peace. The question is, will he find it, or will his past catch up to him first? Even the usually unassuming village idiot Ofric had spun a wild tale. That Calderhound was an executioner, who'd been decreed to put the Hound Primo to death, and couldn't bring himself to do it. So he'd run off with the dog and left that life behind. By evening, when the 3 women reconvened at the Hungry Friar for their customary late-day refreshment, they found themselves in the unusual position of having more theories than they could reasonably evaluate. A spy, a mercenary, a deserter, an executioner, and a thief. Eleanor counted off on her fingers. In one day, our mysterious Calderhound has been accused of nearly every crime short of witchcraft. Give it another day, Sabina said dryly. Someone will probably decide he's in league with dark forces soon enough. Their speculation was interrupted by the arrival of Garrett Ashford, the miller, who burst through the bakery door with flour dust still coating his clothes and excitement written across his face. You'll never guess what I just saw, he announced to the room at large, not caring who heard. That fellow, the one with the big dog. I saw him coming out of the old Blackwood Grove with his arms full of mushrooms and wild herbs. The bakery fell silent, every conversation stopping as people turned to listen. Mushrooms, do you jest? Someone called out. What sort of mushrooms? The good kind, from what I could see, Garrett replied. Honey mushrooms, maybe some oyster mushrooms. And herbs looked like wild thyme and sage, enough to fill 2 large baskets. That's a heavy haul for one man, observed Master Willem, who had come in for his evening ale and bread. Unless he's not gathering for himself, suggested Sister Meredith ominously. What if he's collecting ingredients for potions or poisons? A collective shiver went through the assembled villagers at this suggestion. The idea that their mysterious visitor might be some sort of hedge wizard or warlock or poisoner was both thrilling and terrifying. Now see here, Master Hobart said firmly from behind his counter, clearly deciding that the speculation had gone far enough. The man's done nothing but mind his own business and pay his bills. There's no call to go accusing him of dark practices just because he knows how to forage. His defense only seemed to fuel more speculation. If Master Hobart was defending the stranger so vigorously, what did that suggest about their relationship? As the evening wore on and the rumors continued to swirl, a single fact became clear to the observant women at their corner table. And that was that the village's imagination, once properly stirred, was capable of transforming a mysterious stranger into everything from a royal spy to a dark wizard of legend. "We need the truth," Eleanor declared as they prepared to leave for the evening. "I've had quite enough of this tavern talk." "And how do you propose to get at it?" Penelope asked. "The man himself warned you off, and Master Hobart is clearly not talking." Eleanor's eyes glinted with determination. "Then I'll have to be more creative. If he won't answer direct questions, perhaps I can learn what I need to know by observing his actions." "You mean following him?" Sabina translated with a grin. "I mean to conduct proper inquiry," Eleanor replied primly. Though the curve of her mouth made it plain, Sabina was not far wrong. The hour before dawn was Calderhound's favorite time of day. The world held its breath in those precious moments between night and morning, when the only sounds were the distant calls of early birds and the soft snuffling of Primo's breathing beside him. He rose from his narrow bed at the prancing pony, his body long accustomed to waking at this hour. Primo lifted his great black head from where he'd been sleeping on the floor, alert and questioning. "Come on, boy," Calderhound said quietly, his voice rough with sleep. "We've got work to do." The dog stretched luxuriously, extending his front paws and rump high in the air, before padding over to accept the gentle scratching behind his ears that had become part of their morning ritual. Calderhound smiled. "That's my good lad," he murmured, running his hands through the thick black fur. "Ready for another adventure." Primo's tail wagged once, a dignified expression of enthusiasm that never failed to amuse his master. The dog was enormous but remarkably graceful. This was a creature completely secure in its place in the world. Calderhound dressed quickly in the pre-dawn darkness. Sturdy wool breeches, a linen shirt worn soft with age, leather boots that had carried him countless miles, and a cloak that had seen better days, but still served to keep out the morning chill. Around his waist, he fastened a leather pouch containing his most precious possessions. Those were a small, leather-bound notebook, filled with careful observations, a few coins, and a set of basic tools for his morning expeditions. Before leaving the room, he knelt beside his traveling pack and withdrew a small wrap bundle. Inside, carefully preserved between layers of oiled cloth, were his notes. Page after page of detailed observations written in a careful hand that would have surprised anyone who assumed him to be merely another rough traveler. The notes detailed everything: which herbs grew where in the surrounding countryside, what time of year various mushrooms appeared, how long different grains took to properly ferment, the precise temperature needed for the best bread rising, and dozens of other small but crucial details that separated adequate baking from true artistry. He selected today's page, a detailed list of ingredients he hoped to find, complete with small sketches showing exactly what to look for, and notes about where each item was most likely to be found at this time of year. Wild honey from the old oak grove, he read quietly to Primo, who listened with the serious attention of a devoted student. Sweet hazelnuts. Plenty to be had this season if the squirrels haven't beaten us to them. And more of those mushrooms from yesterday, the ones that grow thick on the fallen birch. Primo's ears pricked forward at the mention of their destination. The dog had quickly learned the routines of their morning expeditions and seemed to enjoy them almost as much as his master did. They slipped from the inn as quietly as ghosts, Calderhound leaving a few copper coins on the kitchen table. Payment for the simple breakfast of bread and ale he would find waiting for him upon their return. Innkeeper Heddle had long since stopped questioning his strange hours, accepting the extra payment for discretion with the pragmatism of a man who had seen all sorts of travelers in his years of business. The village lay sleeping around them as they made their way through empty streets. The only light came from the glow of banked coals behind shuttered windows. Even the usual sounds of early rising tradesmen were still a few hours away. They passed the hungry friar, and Calderhound paused for just a moment to look at the darkened windows. Soon, he thought to himself, Uncle Hobart had been patient with him, allowing him these weeks of secret preparation. But the old man deserved his rest. The plan they had hatched together was ambitious, perhaps foolishly so. But it was the only way Calderhound could think of to honor both his uncle's legacy and his own dreams. "Did you know that he taught me everything I know about baking?" he murmured to Primo, whose short tail wagged gently in response. "When I was just a boy, keeping me busy while Mother recovered from her illness. Remember, boy? Ah, you weren't even around then, but Uncle Hobart was already old, already tired. He's been waiting for me to be ready to take over, and I'll not disappoint him." The memories were bittersweet. Those childhood summers had been the happiest times of his youth. Days spent learning the mysteries of yeast and flour at his uncle's side. Nights listening to stories of the wider world from travelers who stopped at the bakery for sustenance. He had dreamed then of returning someday, of taking over the business when Uncle Hobart was ready to retire. But life had intervened, as it so often did. His mother's death had meant years spent caring for his younger siblings. Then came the border troubles, and like so many young men of his generation, he had found himself pressed into service defending the realm. The scars on his hands and arms did not come from mysterious criminal activities, as the village gossips imagined. They were souvenirs of battles fought in defense of villages much like Stormford. Reminders of friends lost and enemies defeated in the name of peace. When the wars finally ended and he was free to make his own choices again, he had written to Uncle Hobart immediately. The response had been everything he could have hoped for. "Yes, come home. Yes, the bakery waits for you. But come quietly," the letter had said. "Let them see what you can do before they know who you are." And so, here he was, gathering ingredients in secret, perfecting recipes in the pre-dawn hours, building a reputation based on his skills rather than his family connections. It was Uncle Hobard's idea, a way to ensure that the villagers would accept their new baker based on the quality of his work rather than their loyalty to his uncle. They reached the edge of the village and struck out into the countryside, following paths that Calderhound remembered from his childhood, but that had grown fainter with the years. Primo bounded ahead, then circled back. His joy in the morning expedition was infectious. The first stop was the old oak grove, where wild bees had built their hives in hollow trees. Calderhound had learned to harvest honey without disturbing the colonies too much, a trick Uncle Hobard had taught him years ago, passed down from some long-dead ancestor who had understood the importance of working with nature rather than against it. "Easy, boy," he murmured to Primo as they approached the ancient trees. "Bees don't much like sudden movements." The dog immediately dropped to a crouch. Calderhound smiled and approached the nearest hive with slow, very careful movements. The bees were sluggish in the cool morning air, and he was able to extract a small portion of honeycomb without causing too much disturbance. "Just enough for today's experiments," he explained to Primo as they moved away from the grove. "Uncle Hobard taught me that greed ruins everything. Whether you're dealing with bees, with bread dough, or with people." Their next destination was the stream that wound through the forest east of the village. Here, if he was lucky, he might find some of the wild herbs that would add subtle flavors to his morning's baking experiments. Elderflower was past its prime, but there were other treasures to be found for those who knew where to look. He was carefully harvesting some wild creeping thyme when Primo's head suddenly snapped up, ears pricked forward with intense interest. The dog's body went rigid with hunting instincts, and before Calderhound could react, a red flash darted through the underbrush. "Primo, no. Come back here, boy. It's too early for this." Calderhound called, but it was too late. The great black dog launched himself forward with a joyful bark, crashing through the undergrowth in pursuit of what was undoubtedly a fox. Calderhound cursed under his breath and followed, pushing through brambles and low-hanging branches. He found Primo 30 yards away, looking thoroughly pleased with himself despite having obviously lost his quarry. The dog's tail wagged as he looked back at his master, clearly expecting praise for his hunting prowess. "You great fool," Calderhound said, but he was half laughing. "Look what you've done to yourself." Primo's black coat was decorated with burrs and small twigs, and there were several scratches on his muzzle from forcing his way through the thorns. But it was Calderhound himself who had taken the worst of it. In his haste to follow his dog, he had plunged directly through a large patch of wild roses, and the thorns had left their mark across his forearms and the back of his hands. "Well," he said, examining the scratches with rueful amusement, "that'll give the villagers something to talk about, won't it? What do you think it'll be today, Primo? Perhaps you'll be some great mythical beast, and I, your oath-bound jailer." He spent a few minutes picking thorns from Primo's fur and checking that neither of them had suffered any serious damage. The cuts were shallow but numerous. "Come on," he said finally. "We still have mushrooms to find, and then we have baking to do." They found the mushrooms exactly where Calderhound's notes indicated they would be. growing in golden clusters on a fallen birch tree deeper in the forest. He harvested them carefully, taking only what he needed, and leaving plenty to ensure the colony would continue to thrive. By the time they returned to the village, the sun was beginning to rise, and the earliest of the tradesmen were stirring. Calderhound slipped through the back streets with some stealth, or as much as his broad frame would allow at least, avoiding the main thoroughfares where curious eyes might note his collection of baskets and wonder about their contents. The abandoned mill on the outskirts of the village had become his secret workshop. Old Garrett had moved his operations to a newer building, closer to the stream 5 years ago, and this older structure had been left to slowly decay. But its ovens still functioned, and with some careful restoration work, Calderhound had turned it into a perfectly serviceable bakery for one in the meantime. Here, in the grey light of dawn, he practiced his craft. The recipes he created were based on Uncle Hobard's teachings, but enhanced with his own innovations. The wild honey that added depth to simple wheat loaves, the mushrooms that could be dried and ground into flour for rich, earthy breads, the herbs that transformed ordinary pastries into something approaching art. Today, he told Primo as he began to mix his first batch of dough, we're going to try something new. Uncle Hobard mentioned that the village ladies are particularly fond of those small pastries. What did he call them? Sweet buns with fruit preserves inside. Primo settled onto his usual spot on a pile of old grain sacks, content to watch his master work. The dog had learned to be perfectly still during these morning sessions, understanding somehow that this was important business that required concentration. Calderhound was a man pursuing both passion and purpose, and it showed in how he worked. He had filled 3 notebooks with observations about heat, timing, and ingredient combinations. The secret, he said to no one in particular, as he kneaded the dough, is in understanding what each ingredient brings to the whole. Flour and water and yeast are only part of the story. The morning flew by in a blur of mixing, kneading, shaping, and baking. By the time he was finished, Calderhound had produced 24 perfect pastries, filled with wild berry preserves, a selection of herb-crusted breads, and several experimental loaves that incorporated his morning's harvest of mushrooms and honey. "What do you think, boy?" he asked Primo, holding up one of the finished pastries, ready to surprise the village. Primo's tail thumped against the grain sacks in what Calderhound chose to interpret as approval. As he carefully packed away his morning's work and cleaned the makeshift bakery, Calderhound allowed himself to imagine the day when he could work openly in Uncle Hobard's proper shop, when the people of Stormford would know him as their baker rather than their mysterious stranger. The plan was ambitious, perhaps, but he believed it would work. Uncle Hobard's retirement ceremony was still days away. Until then, Calderhound would continue his secret preparations, building a repertoire of recipes and techniques that would, he hoped, prove to the villagers that their beloved bakery would continue to thrive under its next owner. He just hoped he could manage to avoid any more encounters with wild roses in the meantime. The village gossips were quite imaginative enough, without his providing them with fresh evidence of his supposedly dangerous activities. 2 weeks had passed since Calderhound's first appearance at the Hungry Friar, and the village's fascination with their mysterious visitor had only grown stronger. Every morning brought fresh speculation, and Eleanor found herself struggling to separate fact from increasingly wild fiction in her weekly pamphlet. She had tried several times to approach Calderhound directly for an interview, but the man had a talent for disappearing just when she thought she had cornered him. It was incredibly frustrating for someone accustomed to getting answers to her questions. On this particular evening, Eleanor was making her way home from a late visit to Sister Meredith, who had been sharing some interesting observations about the comings and goings at the temple. The moon was barely a sliver in the cloudy sky, and the narrow streets were shrouded in deep shadows that made every doorway and alley look a bit threatening. She had just turned into the lane that led to her small cottage when she heard the angry voices. "There she is," one man said, stepping out from the shadow of a doorway. "The village scribbler herself." Eleanor's heart began to race as she recognized the speaker. Gareth, Master Aldrich's apprentice, the one who had been caught stealing from the fuller's shop. The young man's face was twisted with resentment, and his companion, a rough-looking fellow she didn't immediately recognize, had the stance of someone looking for trouble. "Fair evening," she said carefully, trying to keep her voice steady. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Oh, you've helped enough already," Gareth sneered, moving closer. "Helped yourself to a fine tale of my so-called misdeeds, eh? Made certain the whole village heard every scrap of my business." "I set down only the truth," Eleanor replied, though she was beginning to realize that being technically correct might not save her from their obvious anger. "It is my charge to keep the village apprised of its doings. Your duty," the other man broke in, "is to mind yourself and quit wagging your tongue on them above you." Eleanor recognized him now. It was Darian, a laborer who worked the docks when trade boats came through. He had a reputation for violence when he'd been drinking, and the smell of ale was strong on his breath. She'd recently written a piece on a racket he'd been running, swindling travelers out of coin by passing pig bones and old wooden carvings as holy symbols. "The folk have a right to know what passes in their own village," Eleanor said, forcing more steadiness into her voice than she felt. "If you take issue with my words, you may give your side for the next broadsheet." "Too late for that," Darian growled. "The hurt's done, Boy here can scarce get honest hire in the whole valley now, all for your sharp tongue." "That's not my fault," Eleanor protested. "If he hadn't stolen—" The two villagers' angry words were cut short by a low, rumbling sound that came somewhere from the shadows. Eleanor saw an enormous black shape materializing from the darkness. It was Primo. The great dog, who did not bark, was a mountain of muscle and quiet menace, and positioned himself between Eleanor and her would-be attackers. "Easy, boy," came a familiar, gravelly voice, and Calderhound stepped into the pale moonlight as silently as his dog had appeared. No need for theatrics, eh? Both Gareth and Darian took several hasty steps backward, their earlier bravado evaporating. Faced with this scarred, dangerous-looking man and his enormous companion, they suddenly remembered urgent business elsewhere. "Well, we'll just be going then," Darian said quickly, already backing away down the lane. "No harm done." "No," Calderhound agreed, his dark eyes fixed on both men with steady intensity. "No harm done, nor shall there be hereafter, I'm sure." It wasn't quite a threat, but it didn't need to be. The two men hurried away into the night, leaving Eleanor alone with her mysterious rescuer. For a moment, they stood in silence. Eleanor's heart was still racing from the encounter. "Thank you," she managed finally. Think nothing of it, Calderhound said earnestly. He studied her face in the dim light, noting her pale complexion. What quarrel did they have with you? They were angry about something I wrote in the weekly pamphlet about that apprentice's theft. I suppose I should have expected this kind of reaction, but... She trailed off. But you thought that reporting the truth would shield you by virtue of goodness. Calderhound finished. There was something almost entertained in his tone, maybe even admiring, although there was a hint of reproach there as well. Eleanor felt a flash of her old spirit return. Do you mean to say I should hold my tongue of a crime, for fear the criminal take offense at me? I'm suggesting, Calderhound replied, there lies a gulf twixt courage and folly. Walking alone through dark streets after making enemies isn't particularly wise. His words stung because they contained more than a grain of truth, but Eleanor wasn't about to admit that to him. I can take care of myself, she shot back defensively. And I certainly don't need sermons from someone who skulks around the village with unknown intent. What are you even doing out here? Should you not be in some secretive fighting pit at this hour, bloodying some lord's son for wages? Is that not how you earn your keep, if the stories are to be believed? She was purposefully goading him, hoping for a slip of the tongue in anger or disbelief, anything that would reveal his true character. Calderhound burst into laughter, loud and pure. The simple reaction deflated Eleanor's anger somewhat. She looked at him more carefully, noting the way he stood, alert but not threatening, protective but not possessive. Whatever his secrets, he had genuinely come to her aid without expecting anything in return. I suppose I should thank you again, she said reluctantly. She tried a different approach. I suppose you're not as fearsome as the others say you are, and that hound is certainly no crazed beast. So that's what the people think of me then, a fearsome fellow, though the biggest offense is to Primo. He's quite gentle as a lamb. Calderhound mused, bending down slightly to pet his dog, who seemed undisturbed by the allegations. Among other notions, Eleanor pressed. The tales grow wilder by the day. Only yestereve, one even claimed you trafficked in dark arts. Dark magic, Calderhound repeated, and she could hear the wonder in his voice, with wild mushrooms and honey. The comment slipped out before he could stop it, and Eleanor pounced on it immediately. So, you admit you're gathering mushrooms and honey. But why? What are you really doing with all those ingredients? Calderhound went very still, clearly realizing his mistake. I think it's best you retire to your home, lest some sharp, sleepless eye spies us here and sets a scandal afire. God keep you. He turned to go, Primo falling into step beside him with silent grace. Wait, Eleanor called after him. At least tell me, are you dangerous? Should the village be worried about you? Calderhound paused, looking back over his shoulder. In the dim moonlight, his scarred face looked both weary and kind. The only danger I pose, he said quietly, is to fancy's folk weave of what they think they know. And with that cryptic remark, he disappeared into the shadows with his dog, leaving Eleanor standing alone in the lane with more questions than ever, which luckily would all soon be answered. The end of the month arrived with unseasonable warmth and the extremely rare clear skies that gave perfect weather for Master Hobard's retirement celebration. The entire village had turned out for the occasion, gathering in the square around long tables piled with food and drink. But it was the food that had everyone talking. Never in living memory had Stormford seen such a variety of baked goods. In addition to Master Hobard's familiar and beloved offerings, there were dozens of new creations that had the villagers buzzing. There were delicate pastries filled with wild berry preserves that burst with flavor on the tongue, herb-crusted breads of thyme and sage, sweet rolls with honey, savory mushroom pies so perfectly prepared they seemed almost meat-like in their rich, earthy satisfaction. Flatbreads, too, fresh from the oven, with fire-crisped edges, and their tops scattered with melted goat's cheese, chopped leeks, and a drizzle of garlic oil. A rustic dish that was humble in look, but glorious in taste. And there were buttery, layered crescents of dough, painstakingly folded and baked until they flaked apart in delicate sheets, best eaten warm with a smear of plum butter or dipped into milk. My stars, breathed Goodwife Martha, biting into a simple wheat roll that tasted like something from a lord's table. Hobard, wherever did you learn to make bread like this? Master Hobard could barely contain his delight as he watched the villagers discover each new creation. Well now, that's not entirely my doing, he said honestly, though I did have a hand in the teaching. It was unclear if Martha actually heard him, since she was busy making effusively loud noises as she savored one food after another. At their usual table, moved outside for the occasion, the three women were sampling the feast with expressions of pure amazement. "This is incredible," Eleanor said, holding up a delicate pastry that was glowing golden in the afternoon sunlight. "The flavors are so complex, so perfectly balanced. I've never tasted anything like it. It's better than anything we had at court," Penelope admitted, momentarily forgetting her usual restraint and restrictions she placed on herself. For a maximum of 2 pastries a day. These herb breads, especially, they taste like spring itself. Sabina was more focused on a savory pie that had caught her particular attention. Whatever these mushrooms are, they're divine. Around them, similar conversations were taking place at every table. Old Henrik the Cooper was praising a honey-sweetened roll to anyone who would listen. Sister Meredith had abandoned all pretense of religious abstinence from the gluttonous practice of devouring everything in sight, and was working her way through a selection of garlic and rosemary buns with obvious relish. "I don't understand," young Thomas said to his father, crumbs dusting his chin. "Master Hobard's always been a fine baker, but this is something else entirely." Master Willem, the blacksmith, nodded sagely. "Man's been holding back on us, seems like. Saving his best work for his farewell." But across the square, standing with Primo at his side, Calderhound was watching the celebration with an expression of nervous anticipation. He held his breath as he observed the villagers' reactions to his secret work. Uncle Hobard caught his eye from across the crowd and beckoned him forward with his hand and a gentle smile. It was time. The old baker stood up from his place at the head table, and gradually the conversations around the square died down as people realized he was preparing to speak. "Friends," Hobard began, his voice carrying easily across the square. "Neighbors, folk who have been as family to me these 40 years. You honor me with your presence, and I am grateful to each of you for the kindness and loyalty you've shown me through the seasons. A murmur of affection swept through the crowd. More than one hand went to an eye with a kerchief. "Now, I know you've all been wondering about these new dishes upon the tables," Hobart went on, his eyes glinting with mischief. "And I'll confess, they are not all of my own hand. Of late, I've had help in the bakehouse, help from one most dear to me." He gestured toward the shadows where Calderhound stood, and suddenly every eye in the square was focused on the mysterious stranger. "I'd like you all to officially meet my nephew, Calderhound Crustwell," Hobart announced, his voice warm with pride. "My late sister's boy, come home at last to take over the bakery." The silence that followed was so complete that the sound of a dropping pin would have been audible. Then, as if someone had released a dam, everyone began talking at once. "Nephew?" Martha gasped. "That's why he looked familiar," old Henrik muttered to himself. "The mysterious activities," Eleanor whispered, pieces clicking into place in her mind. "Of course." Sabina stared across the square at Calderhound, who was slowly making his way through the crowd toward his uncle. "Well," she said at length, "that's disappointing. Turns out he's no outlaw at all, only a baker. Far less dashing, if you ask me." "Sabina," Penelope scolded, but she was already looking at Calderhound with new eyes. "Eleanor, you simply must go speak with him now. A tradesman with skill and standing. That's exactly the sort of man a sensible woman should associate with." "I thought you said I shouldn't go near strange men," Eleanor reminded her through fits of laughter, but her voice was distracted. She was watching Calderhound's face as he accepted congratulations and well wishes from villagers who had spent weeks speculating about his criminal activities. There was relief there, but also something that looked like genuine happiness. Master Willem clapped Calderhound on the shoulder, with enough force to stagger a lesser man. "Well, lad, you certainly know how to make an entrance. Had us all convinced you were up to no good." "Sorry for the deception," Calderhound replied, and his voice was warmer than Eleanor had ever heard it. "Uncle Hobart thought it would be better if people judged my baking before they weighed my name." "Smart man, your uncle," Henrik agreed. "Though I'll admit, some of the tales we came up with were considerably more exciting than the truth." He at least had the grace to look ashamed. Calderhound actually laughed at that, holding no ill will to any of those gathered. "So I heard. Dark magic. The king's spy and general skullduggery, wasn't it?" As the crowd continued to welcome their new baker, Eleanor found herself studying Calderhound with fresh eyes. The scars that had seemed so mysterious and dangerous now told a different story. The early morning disappearances that had fueled so much speculation were simply the dedication of a man perfecting his craft in secret. "You're staring," Sabina observed slyly. "I'm thinking," Eleanor corrected, composing herself quickly, "about how wrong we were about everything." As the day unfolded, the celebration continued. Calderhound was patient with the children who peppered him with questions about his baking. He listened respectfully to the older villagers who shared memories of his late mother. And when people asked about his plans for the bakery, his eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he described the innovations he hoped to introduce. He's really not what I'd expected, Eleanor murmured to her friends. Though he is not my cask of ale. I dare say a baker would be good with hands, would he not? Sabina winked at Eleanor. Penelope looked scandalized and immediately walked off to grab a refill, horrified at the prospect that someone might have overheard ladies partake in such talk. As the sun dipped low and the celebration began to wane, Calderhound came to their table with Primo padding at his side. The great hound went straight to Eleanor, pressing his muzzle gently against her hand, a gesture that startled everyone, Eleanor most of all. "Well," Calderhound said, watching his dog with quiet joy. "It seems Primo has beaten me to the asking." "And what question might that be?" Eleanor asked, cautiously scratching behind the hound's ears. "That you might wish to interview me for your pamphlet," Calderhound replied, his tone touched with teasing warmth. "To pry into my mysterious doings and dangerous secrets, at last setting the village tongues at ease." Eleanor flushed, her laughter slipping out despite herself. "Aye, the village does deserve the truth, and the measure of the man who'll soon have a hand in their daily bread. I dare say it falls to me to clear him of any talk of warlocks' pacts or coin-hungry mercenary work." Calderhound smiled, an unguarded brightness that transformed his face. "Then perhaps we might arrange a proper interview. Tomorrow, at first light. I could show you the bakehouse, tell you what I mean to make of it." "I'd like that," Eleanor said softly. "Though I should warn you, I'll have no end of questions." "I should be sorely let down if you didn't," Calderhound replied, eyes glinting. "What is a good chronicler worth, if not her endless questions?" Across the table, Sabina and Penelope traded knowing looks. Primo looked up from where Eleanor was scratching his ears and gave his master a look that could only be described as smugly satisfied. As he walked away with Primo, Eleanor found herself smiling as well. "That worked out rather nicely, didn't it?" Sabina teased. "What do you mean?" Eleanor asked, though she suspected she knew exactly what her friend meant. "Oh, nothing," Sabina replied innocently. "Just that you seem to have found your story with the new stranger at last. And perhaps something else as well." Eleanor felt her cheeks warm, but she couldn't bring herself to deny it. The village of Stormford had gained a new baker, and Eleanor suspected she might have found something she hadn't even realized she was looking for. "Well, if you're happily set with your brooding baker," Sabina drawled, her gaze sliding to the edge of the square, "I think I'll go have a word with our fine court messenger. A man bearing gifts from a lord knows how to treat people properly. And I do adore a man who arrives with a full purse and a fast horse." The man in question was indeed a messenger from court, sent with a parcel of fine cloth and a silver cup to honor Hobart for his decades of service to the village. "Oh God, Sabina, don't," Penelope hissed, horrified. But Sabina was already rising with a plan in mind. As the last of the celebration was cleared away and the villagers began to drift home through the evening mist, one thing was certain. The hungry friar would continue to be the heart of their small community, filled with the warmth of fresh bread, good conversation, and tasteful gossip, and skilled hands that transform simple ingredients into something that nourishes both body and soul. And if the new baker happened to provide free latte refills to a certain sharp-tongued writer who made it her business to chronicle the daily life of their village, well, That was just another reason to look forward to each new dawn in Stormford. And that, my dear friends, is the end of my story today. Really hope you had fun with this one. I tried going for a bit more of a grounded feel compared to my apothecary stories, which have got loads of fantasy elements in them. But anyways, until next time, stay safe and sweet dreams.